Hello, everyone. I'm officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. If you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. I am still, I'm so sick of saying the two books that I've been reading for the last, what is it now, like 4 reading sprint weeks. I've got Alien Clay and I've got The Count of Monte Cristo. The Count of Monte Cristo has a good excuse because it's over 1,200 pages long, and has smaller font. There is no reason why I should still be reading this. And because of that, I should say, I'm mainly going to be focusing on this tonight. And I've been trying to, when I've been sitting down to read, focusing on this. I've gotten to the part where I understand where the story was going. I can't really say that I'm super surprised about the way that it's turning out. He still has another like 70 pages to pull something out where I was like, I didn't expect that, but I don't really know if that's going to happen. But I'm hoping so. So that's what I'm going to be reading tonight. So let me know what you're going to be reading or working on. I just realized that I didn't put my banner up. There we go. There's my banner. Alrighty, and then as always, this is just a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you. I am happy as punch that today is like the perfect weather, and this weekend is going to be the perfect weather as well. So I'm super grateful. Might get to go for a hike. I'm definitely going to be doing yard work, but at least I'm going to be able to do all my yard work at once instead of having to do parts of it on different days because it's just, so freaking hot and I don't want to like get heat stroke. So I'm very much looking forward to how the beginning of August is shaping up. Also, happy August, since it's August 1st today, at least here in the US it is. And I'm going to go ahead and go over and just see how everybody else is doing that is coming to the chat. And Heidi is here first. Hi, Heidi. Heidi says, hello, book people. I'm reading a book that is super long like Christo called Musashi about a samurai. It is really super. The manga Vagabond is based off it. Oh, that's great. That's cool. I know you love long books, Heidi. I'm curious if you've been tracking your, stats with your reading. What is the average page count of a book that you pick up? Because it seems like you tend to like long ones, but maybe you do read a bigger mix than I realize. And Robert's here. Hi, Robert. Robert says 10 pages to go with Stoner, John Williams, and I may start Audition by Katie Kitamura later tonight. Hello, room. Well, I'm happy to see you, Robert, and good job. You only got 10 pages to go. And Robert says, grab a drink, grab a snack. I actually said it slower this time, Robert, but you're right. I normally am just like blending it all together. Laura's here. Hi, Laura. Good to see you. She says, hi, peeps. I'm back from Albania. Cool. Great trip. And ready to read some detective novellas, I'm guessing. That's really awesome, Laura. And what did you do in Albania? And how long were you there? And Heidi says, well, Robert, you're finishing the most hyped book on YouTube. Thoughts? Oh, is it? I haven't heard about Stoner, so it goes to show that I must be living under a rock. But all right. Robert says, Heidi, Stoner, easily 5 stars. Very depressing, though. Oh, I wonder if I'd like it then, Robert. That sounds like my kind of book. Heidi says, okay, maybe not so hyped then. It could be hyped as being really good, but also sad. I mean, I've read a lot of books that I thought were great, but sad. Pachinko's one of them. Talkana's here. Hi, Talkana. And Kat. Hi, Kat. Good to see you. She says, happy Friday. Yay. Alex and friends in the chat. Yes. Very excited. For those of you who missed it, I was on Kat's channel on Wednesday, as well as Travis. So there were the 3 of us on, and we could not stop laughing. We were having a really great time. Lily's on here and says hi. So good to see you, Lily. And Robert says, Heidi, I've never heard someone booktuber give Stoner a bad review. Lily says, I'm going to play my game for a bit and then decide what to read. Awesome. Faye says, hello! Hi, Faye. I survived my move. Yes, I'm so happy. Yes, that's right, because since we were gone last week, I didn't get an update, so I get an update now. Love it here. I'm sitting on my porch watching a slow pitch tournament across the street, and I'm reading Good Girl, Bad Blood by Holly Jackson. I'm so happy to hear that you love Where You Moved, Faye. That brings me such joy. And Heidi says, hello, Kat. What are you and Barry watching tonight? And where do you... We are watching Fletch tomorrow, Mets tonight. Awesome. Gotta watch the Mets. And Faye says, Robert, audition is quite an experience. All right. That could be good or bad, depending on your definition of just experience. Also, Faye, what was it like for you to be in the RV? And Denise says, hello, everyone. I'm on page 320 of Prince of Tides. My granddaughter is over. Yay. So not sure how much reading I'll get done. Right now, she's on her phone. That could last all night. She's a teen. Oh, okay. So you might get some in. And Robert says, Faye, I'm ready. I heard it's a weird one. Awesome. And Anne's here. Hi, Anne. Good to see you. Anne says, good morning. Just got home from the doctor. And she took the staples out of my hand. Don't have to go back until the 19th. That's great. Very happy to hear that. Getting staples out is always a plus. Denise says, Robert Stoner's on my TBR. Well, apparently now I got to look up that book. I don't think I'd want to read it right now, though. I don't want to read anything sad. And Swank says, howdy, everybody. Happy Llamas Day, happy World Beer Day, happy Women Astronomers Day, and happy Homemade Pie Day. That's cool. I think the only one I could really appreciate would be like happy Homemade Pie Day. But come to think of it, I don't know if I've ever made a homemade pie. I've made a homemade apple crisp. Does crisp fall in the category of pie, or is it just a type of pastry? I don't actually know. And Stina says, hello, everyone. I keep falling asleep, so I am attempting to caffeinate myself so I can read With a Vengeance by Riley Sager. If you keep falling asleep, you probably need it. Laura says, about 8 days, including the traveling around to see the country, not much beach and sea. 8 days is a long time to be on a trip, so I definitely hope you got to see everything you wanted to. Kat says, we had a lot of fun Wednesday night. So much laughter. Yes. And Robert says, Denise, I could have annotated every page. Hattie says, yes, I'm also listening to IQ 84 by Haruki Murakami, which is really long. I think mostly 700 to 1,000 pages or 25 to 40 hours on audio. I'm never in a rush, so length does not matter. I have a digital copy of IQ 84. I want that to be my second Haruki Murakami, and I don't know whether I will be happy about that or regret it. Because Hard-Boiled Wonderland and the End of the World was a really good book, but also definitely one of the, if not the weirdest books that I have ever read in my life. So, yeah. Swank says, I'm about to start Clace, Collars, and Curses. I don't think I pronounced that first word correctly, so please spell it out phonetically if I didn't say that right. And Denise says, Robert, I'll have to move it to high priority. Stina says, I also need to roast the Hatch chilies I got the other day, but I'm not nearly awake enough to do that safely. Yeah, Hatch chilies. That would be good, though. I love Hatch chilies, especially in burgers. They're very good. My joy today was I got to pick my first 3 little tomatoes off of my tomato plant, and Keaton ate one of them because I grew them for him, and he said that they were phenomenal. So that made me extremely excited. And Swank says, oh, claws. Okay, thank you. I was like, is that a word I don't know, or is it a misspelling? I'm glad it was a misspelling. Thank you. And Kat says, Heidi, not sure yet. Waiting on Barry to get home from work. We're supposed to be eating sushi tonight. Yes, sushi Friday. I'll suggest Santa Clarita diet so he can finish the series. Wednesday is back next week. Oh, Wednesday, the show. Nice. I'm still watching West Wing. Why can't I talk tonight? I'm even speaking slower, and I'm having trouble pronouncing my words. I don't know why. But West Wing has been great. Robert says, Keaton, I'm going with Patias. He actually stopped and got us euros. So I had like a big lunch, and so I didn't fully eat mine. So I have a giant gyro in the fridge right now, along with some like perfectly seasoned fries. And Faye says the RV was really comfortable. There was a table with soft bench seats at the back so I could sit with my legs stretched out, and the cat carriers beside me with blinds drawn so couldn't see the road. That's awesome. No major panic attacks. I'm so freaking proud of you, Faye. That is a big thing for you. Great job. And Anne says, actually, it is evening. Happy I had a long sleeve shirt on. Oh, I don't blame you. And Robert says, Alex, just so you know, Murakami is a sexist pig. I'm not surprised with the one whole book I've read of his, with the way that he wrote, like the only real female character in there. He just constantly talked about the wiggliness of her butt and like the shape of her. She really wasn't important. So, yeah, I'm sad to hear that, but I'm also not surprised. Kat says, Faye, did you move far from your previous house? And Stina says, yay, fresh tomatoes. And Faye says, Kat, yeah, it was almost a 3-hour drive. And Love Living Daily's here. Hello, says, thank goodness you just started. I've been chasing sprints all day and have always ended up joining at the very ends. I need buddies to be productive with today because I'm waiting on a call. Well, welcome to you. Happy you made it. And yes, you got here right at the very beginning. And Kat says, oh, that was a distance. Happy for you that you like your new home, Faye. And Zach's here. Hi, Zach. Zach says, hi, I'm reading Black Leviathan by Burned Purplies. It's a Moby Dick retelling with dragons, but I've read Moby Dick and they aren't really all that similar. Okay. Well, there you go. Laura says, yum, homegrown tomatoes are the best. We grow many different types of tomatoes on our garden. My favorite are those huge wriggly ones. I love that. I wish that I had the foresight to grow the tomatoes that are really good for making fried green tomatoes. I know I mentioned that some weeks ago. So I'll think about that next year so that I can get my cornmeal breading and make the sauce and everything. I just think that would be fantastic. Also, for some reason, one of the things I've been really wanting to do, and we might do it this weekend, is I've been wanting to just like have a charcuterie board. I have one of those really nice, like magnetic ones that holds together, and I just want to do a spread because I don't think I've done charcuterie since last year. And I'm just really feeling that. And for whatever reason, I just had the thought today when I was thinking about fried green tomatoes, where it's like, I feel like fried green tomatoes would be a good like little side for your charcuterie, even though it's hot, but still. And Faye says, Kat, thanks, Kat. And Anne says, hello, Kat. And Heidi says, there is a lot of clinical or sanitized sexual content in IQ 84 that was like the green potato chip or raisin in cookies. Oh, that are okay. I love how Murakami makes the mundane magical, so I learned to ignore it. I understand, Heidi. And Melissa's here. Hi, Melissa. Melissa says, hi, everyone. Going to be reading As Bright as Heaven this afternoon. Wonderful. And Denise says, my first and last Murakami was Norwegian Wood. I DNF'd at the scene that I found disgusting. Got it. Yeah, I don't know really anything that happens in that book, but isn't that the one that made him famous in the first place? I feel like it was. And Telkana says, trying to get out of here to spend the weekend with my folks. And of course, there's a fire at work. Why? No. Dang it, I'm sorry. I hate it when there's like some emergency at the end of the day and it's not even really that important. And you just look at it and it's like, is it brain surgery though? Is somebody dying? Does it really need to happen at Friday at 5 p.m.? I'm sorry. And Patricia's here. Hi, Patricia. Patricia says, hi there. Hope you're having a good Friday. I'm reading every time I go on vacation, someone dies. Oh my God. What a title. 27% through. That is a really, that's a good title for a book. Melissa says, I'm also going to be posting a video review on my page. Awesome. Zach says, Jaws is a very similar Moby Dick retelling, even though it's not marketed that way. I didn't know that, but that makes a lot of sense now that you say that. I never would have put those two things together. Robert says Norwegian Wood is abysmal. Okay. I'm not planning on reading that. And Melissa says it was IQ 84 that made Murakami well known, I believe. And Love Living Daily says, I'm trying to edit a video and read the 5th season, but the phone call is for a job I really want, so I need distraction. Oh, absolutely. And wishing you luck with the job interview. I know that those can be very stressful. Heidi says, Book of the New Sun is 100 times worse with Wolf's suffocating misogyny. Yeah, it's funny that you say that, Heidi, because one of my videos that I made a couple years ago about my like, hey, these are, 10 sci-fi must-read books, not like the 10 best sci-fi of all time, just 10 really great books that people should read. There was some asshole that commented on there that he was like, the fact that you didn't put Book of the New Sun on here shows that you have no idea what you're talking about and you don't have any business making these videos until you go and read that. And I'm like, I actually replied to him and I said, I had the intention on reading that book until you just made that comment, and now I don't want to anymore. Thanks anyway. And Kat says, Joy report. Today is Andrew's 24th birthday. Woohoo! Also, on my morning walk, I spotted 2 armadillos waddling across a yard. Armadillos are so cute. Heading towards a wooded area behind a house on the property. So cute. I love it. Zach says, You've never made a pie? Not even a savory one? Okay, fair point. I have made a savory pie. I was thinking about sweet pie, but yes, I have made chicken pot pie from scratch before. And Love Living Daily says, thank you, and you're welcome. And Faye says, Kat, happy birthday to Andrew. Yes, happy birthday to Andrew from Love Living Daily as well. And Kat says, I need to put my August TBR together. I had to carry over Emma and Daughters of Cruelty. I couldn't finish last night because I attended a presentation at the library called Horror in Nature. That sounds really interesting, Kat. What was that about? And Zach says, I'm staying away from Murakami. I think he'd make me incandescent with rage. Yeah, that's fair. Robert says, Shadow of the Torturer is abysmal, and I have it on Kindle, so I got all the references. Okay. Well, I appreciate everybody telling me what I should be looking out for and or staying away from. That helps a lot. Thank you. I'll get us set up for our first 45-minute sprint. And your first question is just going to be very simply, do you have any special plans for the month of August? Do let me know. And Kat says, thanks, Faye, and Love Living Daily. I'll let him know when I see him on Sunday. Awesome. Alrighty. Well, I will get you all set up here. I will start the timer this time, I promise. And I'm going to dive back into Alien Clay. See you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I have just over 50 pages left in Alien Clay. So I read, I think it was about 30 during that last sprint. So not bad. And before we left, I asked you all the question, do you have any special plans for the month of August? Gotta go back here. I forgot to forgot to mark where the last bit was that I read out loud. So give me 1 second. All right. Starting with Heidi. Heidi said, it is very rare to find a woman who loves Shadow of the Torturer. If they switched all the genders in that story, I think men would be aghast. That's enlightening to know, Heidi. And Faye says, unpacking. That's the fun for August. Heidi says, we're going to the lake. I hope it's cooler up in the mountains. I hope so for you too. I imagine that it will be. Probably substantially cooler. Stana says, I don't think so, unless you count the Espion August readathon I decided to do, but have been too exhausted to tell anyone about, so technically it doesn't exist. That is fair. And you can be excited about something that you don't make announcements to anybody else. You can be excited about it just for you. That's totally okay. And Zach says, my special plan for August is Booktuber Appreciation Month, where booktubers pick 100% of my TBR. Deacon King Kong is You and Cats Edition. That's awesome. Thank you, Zach. I'm happy that we get to participate in that. Cat says, that sounds fun, Zach. Kat says, August should be a fun month with birthday celebrations. Andrew and my great niece, my wedding anniversary. Yay! A first visit to the English tea room tomorrow. That's so cool. And attending the BookTube Bestie retreat. Kat, you're going to have a wonderful month. A couple of the things that Kat and I are doing. Yes, we have our book club meeting that's going to be happening the last Thursday of this month, which is for Deacon King Kong. And then Kat and I just together are going to be reading Gunslinger. So I'm looking forward to that. And Melissa says, my sister's birthday at the end of the month. Awesome. And Anne says, I'm going to sit outside. Great. And Swang says, August is which month? Reading which books and movies? Watched Suspiria today for the first time. I've never heard of Suspiria. And says it is 71 degrees. You said, Zach, I love Deacon King Kong, but then I love everything James McBride writes. The Heaven and Earth grocery store should have won the Pulitzer. Yeah, depending on how it goes with Deacon King Kong, Kat and I might end up at some point adding that to our book club picks, because I've heard a lot about the Heaven and Earth grocery store. And Sabrina's here. Hi, Sabrina. Good to see you. I just thought about you the other day. I was wondering how you were doing. Said, hiya, Alex. Hope you're doing well. My special plans for August. Turn at 30. Yay, victory. Oh, woo, woo. My birthday is the 31st. Oh, that's so exciting for you. If I end up seeing you again, I'll wish you another happy birthday. But just in case I don't, because we usually go far between times, happy birthday to you this month. And Kat says, Swank, how did you like Suspiria? It's one of Kelsey's favorite movies. And Anne says, my excitement already happened when she took the staples out. I'm happy for you about that. You said no more home health care nurse every morning. Yes, that's wonderful. Kat says, Anne, I have that one on my shelf. Have you read McBride's memoir, The Color of Water? I enjoyed it. It's what made me want to read Deacon King Kong. Okay, well, you have a leg up on me, Kat, because I have not read anything by him at all. And you said, glad you got the staples out, Anne. And Robert says, August, a few Toy Con / food truck events / youngest grandson's birthday at the end of the month. Yay, that's exciting. That's so wonderful. And Travis is here. Hi, Travis. Good to see you again. He said, hey, everyone, it's hot. Just got home. Have to pick up groceries. Now about to put them up and start cooking, making sriracha Brussels sprouts tonight. God, that sounds good. Ooh, I hope that your weekend will be a little cooler. I am loving the temperatures outside right now since, it's not mid-90s. And Christina says, hi, Alex. Hello to you. Continuing reading Matchmaking for Psychopaths, 100 pages in, going good. Interested in seeing where the story goes. Cool. Travis says, only plans in August I have is we bought my husband and I tickets to a reptile expo on the 9th, and his favorite reptile YouTuber will be there, so he gets to meet her. That is so cool. I hope you have a wonderful time. Robert says, I'll start audition later because it's one of 2 books on the on the Booker Prize long list I want to get to. Flashlight by Susan Choi is the other title. I'm 4th in line. Awesome. I have not heard of any of these books, so good on you, Robert. Anne says, Cat, The Color of Water was my first exposure to his writing. I quickly read the rest. If he wrote on a cereal box, I would read that. That's so cute, Anne. I love it. Heidi says, Alex, did you finish Christo? I'm still working on it. I am officially halfway through, though. 50%. I've just taken a night off. I love that there's a character with my name, not just the girl from the not just the girl from the Alps. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it, Heidi. I truly am. It's just going to take me a long time because the funny thing with this book is when I sit and I start reading it, this is pretty much the only book that I want to read. And then it gets to a point where I'm like, okay, I need to read something else. And then with Alien Clay, it got to the point where I was like, well, I'm close enough to the end that I really just need to focus on that. So once I'm done with that, I'll be going back to this and then reading, those other 2 books I had planned for the month with Kat. So yeah, it's gonna be a little bit busy. And Anne said, has anyone read Maggie or A Man and a Woman Walk into a Bar by Katie Yee? I've heard of A Man and a Woman Walk into a Bar. I have not read it. I have also not read Maggie. He said, Robert, I read Love Forms, really liked that one. Robert says, Anne, author Claire Adams. Laura says, no special plans for August other than read more and maybe some writing. Awesome. Faye says, I read 34 pages of Good Girl, Bad Blood. Wonderful. Melissa says, didn't read during that sprint. That's okay. And Zach says, almost done with Black Leviathan. The final battle is beginning. Woohoo! Denise says, no plans at the moment. And Love Living Daily says, I'm hoping to be starting a new job this month, haha, and reading a more chill pace this month. July killed me. Okay, so you read, I'm guessing that you were probably pushing yourself really hard to read a certain number of books and it was just really difficult. And now you're kind of like, I'm just going to read what I want, which is great. That's awesome. And yes, very much hope about the job thing. Have you gotten your call yet? Are you still waiting on your call? Denise says, made it to page 355. Stina says, made some more tea. I think I might make some tea, Stina. This is sounding kind of good right now. I was tempted to go to Starbucks today and try a matcha, like their matcha latte thing, because I've never actually had matcha, but I love green tea. And, well, I should say I haven't had matcha as a drink. I've had it like in mochi, like matcha mochi, which is really good. So I'm like, well, I feel like I'd like it as a beverage, but I didn't end up going. He said, ate some chips and salsa, read a little bit of With a Vengeance. Awesome. Swank says, Cat, it was visually stunning, but I think it is overrated. Okay. Talking about the movie. Denise says, I also love the Heaven and Earth grocery store in Deacon King Kong. Wonderful. Hope you'll come to the discussion. Anybody who's already read them, I hope you'll come to the discussion. Faye says, Robert, Flashlight is great. Why have I read both of your picks? Because you're an avid reader, Faye. That's why. And Zach says, I think my first official book for Booktuber Appreciation Month monthly be Second Chances by Amanda Radley that I got from the channel Lesby Reviewed. I like it. And Travis said, I wish I could read multiple books at a time. Can't do it. I used to not. And then what happened is I started reading one fiction and then one nonfiction. And then it got to the point where I was like, okay, I can read 2 fiction books, but they have to be very different genres. They can't have anything in common because I don't want to read 2 fantasy. I don't want to read 2 sci-fi. I don't want to read 2 horror. But if you give me a classic and a sci-fi, I'm like, that's fine because they're sufficiently different enough that I kind of treat it like a palate cleanser. Takes me back to school when I used to have to read multiple books at once. Robert says, Faye, because you and I are all the coolest people here. And Denise says, I have McBride's memoir, but haven't read it yet. Glad to hear you liked it, Kat. Faye said, Robert, 100%. Kat says, I have fantastic reading plans in August with book club and buddy reads. I'm super excited about reading Deacon King Kong. I love that you and I are reading The Gunslinger together. Yes, it's going to be great. I think The Gunslinger is going to go really fast. And Zach says, it's probably a mistake to start by dipping into the romance cookie jar, but I can't resist. Sabrina says, hopped on at the end of the sprint, only read about one chapter of Chain Gang All Stars. Oh, nice. Yeah, that was our last book club pick. So be curious to hear what you end up thinking about it, Sabrina. Zach says, I do love Suspira. And Love Living Daily says, yes, I was definitely over ambitious. I'm still waiting on my call. They close at the end of the hour and we have a holiday Monday. So I'm praying they call today so I can prep over the weekend. I hope so for you too, because that's nerve wracking. Sabrina says, their matcha latte is so good. I love getting it with oat milk. Okay, good to know. I might have to do that because I have had one of their oat milk. I think it was like an oat milk brown sugar, some sort of like shaken latte that they did. I can't think of the name of it right now. But I don't typically drink oat milk, but I might try it with that just to see. Stina says, I had one of their matcha lattes with strawberry foam. Oh, fancy. Very tasty. Spray says, yes, the brown sugar shaken espresso. Nice. I'm glad I remembered that. Awesome sauce. All righty. Well, I'm going to give you all your next question. And this one's just kind of a silly, but also a fun one. And it's, do you have a favorite t-shirt? And if so, what does it say? I feel like I see people wear a lot of like really cool and fun shirts. And I don't care what it says. It could be appropriate. It could be inappropriate. Just as long as it's not hate speech, like I don't care. Tell me whatever it is. I think it'll be fun. And I will give you all your next 45-minute sprint and gonna dive back into Alien Clay. I'm starting to feel kind of hungry, so I might end up heating up my Euro soon. We shall see. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I only have 28 pages left. Woo woo. So I'm hopeful next sprint I'll be able to finish it. If not next sprint, then the one after that, in case I need to stop and eat something, because in all truth, I probably should eat dinner. But before we left, I asked you all the question, do you have a favorite t-shirt? And if so, what does it say? I have multiple t-shirts that I really love to wear, but I probably do have like one in particular that is my favorite in terms of like fit, color, and the thing that it says. And it's a shirt that says dogs, books, and coffee. And I love it a lot. So that one's mine. And I've gotten a lot of compliments on it in public too. So other people seem to find it fun. There was a complimenting version of that shirt that said, I think cats, books, and tea, which I thought was really cute too. And Travis says, just went outside to grab mail before it storms. I scared a snake out of a bush and it almost ran over my foot. Almost ran over your foot? It had feet? And said, I read about 10 pages of Chain Gang All Stars. Someone's eye got poked out and I stopped. Yeah. Faye says, my favorite shirt has Canada and a maple leaf on it, but it's my fave shirt because it's so comfy. That's fair. Yeah, I do have t-shirts that I love, but in terms of like, for example, if I've had my favorite sweatshirt, that's definitely one that I know that you all have seen. You've seen my Dogs, Books, and Coffee one too, but my favorite sweatshirt is my space one that I love to wear in my videos, where I have the undershirt with the bright yellow collar that matches the yellow of the sweatshirt. It's great. So that's cute. Canada and a maple leaf. Love Living Daily says, my favorite t-shirt is one my boyfriend got me. It's a sage green and has two chubby mushrooms drinking bubble tea together. It's the cutest thing. That sounds adorable. Robert says, Faye, have you read The Rest of Our Lives by Benjamin Markovitz? It's not available in the US. You're in Narnia, right? Anne said, I have a t-shirt that says, we the people are pissed off. I like that too. Travis said, a friend of mine bought me a shirt that says, ass is my religion. Oh, that's good. Zach says, I'm actually wearing my favorite t-shirt. It has the great gray wolf Sif from Dark Souls on it. Oh, I know that wolf. Yes, and so like such a sad story of Sif as well. With a really cool. So for people who don't know, if you're trying to envision what Sif looks like, he was this giant wolf that actually carries around a sword in his mouth, and you have to like fight him, and he swings the sword around. Heidi says, yes, I have a Resident Alien tee that says Harry Vanderspiegel is smarter than you with his big alien face. I love that. You said my mom's recent purchase, or my most, why did I think that said mom? Sorry. My most recent purchase is a Green Dragon brewery tea from Lord of the Rings. Oh, that's cute. I love that too. I do have, so it doesn't, in my opinion, it doesn't fit me very well because it's one of those like unisex shirts that is mostly made for like male shoulders. But I do have a t-shirt that is from the Mended Drum, which is a reference for those who read Discworld. It's one of the Terry Pratchett shirts that you can get that's like officially licensed merch. And it's cute. Robert says, I bought a shirt from Logan Tech Syndicate, Worship Coffee, Drink Satan. That's good too. And hey, Davon, good to see you. And Davon's dropping in to say hi, then bye and smash the like. Happy reading, everyone. Thank you so much. Cena says, after my husband and I won a game based on The Thing, my friend Caitlin made us t-shirts with the quote, nobody trusts anybody now, and we're all very tired, with a cartoon of the guy recording it. Oh, that's so good. I haven't seen The Thing, but I know that's one of John Carpenter's most highly rated movies. And I love, some of the actors that are in it as well. So I need to watch that. Stina, I don't know if I have spread the good word about the movie In the Mouth of Madness. I know that I have talked about it before, but I don't know if I've talked about it with you. If you have not seen In the Mouth of Madness by John Carpenter, you should totally watch it. It's great. And it's book related. Kat says, one of my favorite t-shirts is my I love zombies with zombie hands making the heart symbol. That's great. And Andrew's here. Hi, Andrew. Andrew says, good evening, everyone. And good evening to you. He said, my favorite shirt is my Magic the Gathering shirt. It says, untapped lands are why I have trust issues. Oh, I love that. That speaks to me. And that'll speak to Travis, too. That's a good one. And Alex is here. Hi, Alex. Good to see you. And she says, hey, everyone. Hope I didn't miss much. I'll get up and functioning within the remainder of the sprint. No, we only got through 2 sprints. So you made good time, Alex. He said, I have a lot of favorite t-shirts because I've been to a lot of cons. I moved country just so I could go to them. That's great. Laura said, I'm quite fond of my blue t-shirt with a big swan on it. That sounds cute. Hakana says, have to run off. Y'all have a great week. You too. Thank you. Laura says, I'll soon fall asleep. The novella reads like a documentary, one of those with narration and acted parts that people watch, not for the acting, but the information. Oh, no. That would also put me to sleep. Well, have a good evening, and I hope to see you next time. And Swank says, my favorite t-shirt is red, white lettering, a picture of a monkey. I wish I was a monkey so I could throw poop at you. That's good, too. And Love Living Daily says, no phone call. I guess they will call on Tuesday. Dang it. I hate that you have to sit and think about that all weekend, but I hope you find ways to kind of decompress and get your mind off of it so you're not like constantly ruminating on your thoughts. Because I know what that's like and it sucks. So please don't do that. And Kat says, I finished my to-do list. Good job. Waiting on Barry to bring home dinner. He's heading home. Awesome. Get that sushi waiting. And Chantel's here. Hi, Chantel. Chantel says, hey, Alex, popping in to say hello and to boop the likey. Thank you so much. It's good to see you. And Faye says, I want a dogs, books, and tea version. I know they didn't have that. I looked for one because I'm also a tea drinker, but you had to go with cats and tea or dogs and coffee. I was like, well, dang it. And Denise said, read 19 pages and made dinner on page 374. Awesome. And Swank says, I'm 67% into my book. And Melissa says, read about 40 pages. Good job. That was a lot of reading, especially for having not read during the last sprint. So good job. And Faye says, Robert, no, I haven't read that one. Gasp. You said, I like the idea of Canada being the Narnia to the U.S.'s wardrobe. Well, it's certainly where a lot of people are trying to escape. And Jamie said, hi. Hi, Jamie. My favorite t-shirts are all just solid colors, but with nice textures or extra details like a bit of fancy edging on the hem or side vents. I love scoop or lower V-necks. Awesome. So you would probably like something like this then. I tend to like the scoops that go about right here. So I'm particular about the collars on t-shirts. So I'm glad that you brought that up because I don't like the ones that sit up here. They need to be like right here, like give me enough room to breathe where I'm not constantly tugging it away from my neck. That was one of the problems that I have with the Mended Drum shirt is it does sit like very close to my neck and it's kind of like close on my shoulder. So I feel like I'm constantly trying to pull it down to get it away from, feeling like I'm being suffocated, even though I'm not. And I know I'm not being suffocated. I just don't like feeling something kind of pressing there. I don't enjoy that. But good to know, Jamie. Zach says, Sif's gender is ambiguity, but I prefer to think Sif is a girl like Thor's wife Sif from Norse mythology. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that when I've heard people talk about Sif. I had always, I think, heard people say he. So that's why I did that, but that's good to know too. And Stina says, I should rewatch In the Mouth of Madness. I've seen it, but it's been a very long time. I own it, and I love it. Robert says, Faye, the UK US has different publishing dates for books, but it's flat out unavailable here. No Kindle edition either. I've never seen that. Can you not order it from like a Canadian shop, Robert, and have it shipped to you? I mean, I know that's an extra step and it'd be more expensive, but it might be worth it if you really want it. And can you not get it at the library? I'm guessing if there's no... Well, yeah, I guess not, because if we can't get a physical copy and if there's no digital edition, then the library is not going to have one either. So, yeah, you might just have to order one. Jamie said, I would like a bookish tees, but they need to be printed on ones that I like the fit and fabric. May have to make some. Yeah, that is the hard part. Anytime I've seen shirts online that I really enjoy, of I get like scared about ordering them because I have had times where I've bought a shirt that I thought was really fun and I put it on me and I was like, "Oh, the cut of this is wrong or the texture or the way that it was printed is wrong." And I wish that I could see it before I was going to buy it, like you would if you went to a store. But some things just being custom made, you can't do that. And you get some wins and you get some losses. So it sucks though when you spend that money. You said, yes, if my shirt feels like it's choking me, I will never wear it no matter how cute it is. That's fair. Zach says, I finished Black Leviathan 4.25. That's great. And started Second Chances by Amanda Bradley. It's a sapphic romance between single mom of an extremely gifted daughter and her teacher. That's cute. That's really cute. Alrighty. So I'm eager to finish this freaking book, but I'm also feeling like if I don't eat, I'm going to be distracted for getting to the end of this book. So I think I'm going to eat. All right. And I'm going to give you all your next question, which is going to be, what was the longest job you ever held and what made you stay/leave? And I guess I could say what was/is the longest job because you might currently be in it as well. And you don't have to say like where you worked. If you want to just say, kind of like what you did, that's totally fine too. I'm not one of those people that ever says like where, places are. So you don't have to either. And then Jamie said, I'd love it if they sold iron on transfers or something so we could put the images we like on the shirts of our choice. Yeah, that's a good point. I wonder if there is any sort of business that does that. I'm not sure. But you'd have to get permission from the artist either way. So, yeah, that would be hard. That's a good idea. You should create a business that does that and like buys rights to certain things and then people can just purchase those. That would be cool. Alrighty. I'm going to go get food. I've given you all your question and I'll see you in a bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I did eat, and I feel a lot better now, so I'm going to be able to focus on finishing my book. And I did get to page 374 of 388. So 14 pages left. I'm done with this bad boy. Woo woo. I'm excited. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what was the longest job that you've ever held? And, what made you stay or leave? Let's see. And Anne was first up and said, I was a teen crisis counselor for 23 years before I retired. That's amazing, Anne. That is a wonderful and worthwhile job to have had. And I hope that you felt a lot of meaning in your work. And Stina says, I remember the Independence Mall near KCMO used to have a shop where you could pick out and design a shirt and they put it together for you on the spot. That's pretty cool. I've never heard of that, but that's a good business model. Wonder how popular that was. And Faye says, the only job I've ever had was a paper route, and I kept it as long as I did because I could make money petting dogs. I love that. So cute. Stina says, and I think a friend of mine in that area started up a similar business, but at farmers markets and such. That's great. Great idea. And Kathy's here. Hi, Kathy. Kathy says, hello, I got here as you were going to Sprint. I worked for an indie bookstore for 19 years. I left because they shut down due to COVID. No. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's 19 years of beautiful memories, though. You poor thing. And those poor owners. That's terrible. I hope that they got to retire. And Jamie said, I worked in ITS, the tech support department for CU Boulder for about 7 years as a student employee during both undergrad degrees, but it was a student job and eventually I graduated. Awesome. Denise says, my longest job was teaching. I taught all grades 2nd through 6th, but mostly 5th, taught for 24 years. I retired 3 years ago. That is also obviously a very worthwhile job to have, bringing up the next generation. My two very good friends who live next door to me, the wife, she's a teacher also she's in middle school, I believe. So she teaches a lot of like 8th graders. She teaches math. And I get to hear all about, the way that student life is and how the teachers are treated and just kind of what it's like and how many hours she works. I just have a major respect for teachers. I don't think enough people do. And Swank says, the longest was my pet sitting business. I did it for 20 years. My situation changed and I stopped it. Also, the dogs drove me nuts. So needy. Made me realize I was a true cat person. That's also a great business, though, working with animals for 20 years. It's awesome. Stina says, not just one job, but I stayed at Positronic Industries for 7 or 8 years, started in HR and got bumped up to sales when the company president found out I knew French. That's cool. Yeah, that's a move I don't think I've ever heard of, HR and then to sales. That's new. And Zach says, quality control and logistics for manufacturing. It's kind of like solving an intricate and dynamic puzzle, which I'm good at. That sounds awesome. Good job. I would say the longest job that I've held continuously, like not talking about when I was a student, or like summers where I would work when I was out of school. Longest job I've ever had is actually the one that I'm currently in. And I've done it for over 4 years. So working, to help our employees have a great experience when they're in the office and also not helping. I am the event coordinator for our office as well. And speaking of which, you all probably heard me say it when we were on Cat's channel on Wednesday, but I had an event this past Tuesday that had 264 people. So it's funny because that part of my job was actually not something I was hired to do, but I ended up discovering that because I have a very detail-oriented brain and because I like to have like a systematic way to do things, once you've gotten kind of like the bumps out of hosting events, like there's always going to be things because people are unpredictable, right? That's hard and might not go smoothly. But for the most part, you can kind of hit those points and know that it's going to be successful. And so, the question of like, what's made me stay, I would say it's two things. It's one, I have quite a few people that I genuinely enjoy working with. You're always going to have some stinkers. You're always going to have people who like they just don't want to read or they don't care about how the rules impact them, right? But for the most part, I have a lot of really great people that I help. And then I would say the other part of it is just frankly that I'm very good at my job. I'm very good at my job and I'm super reliable. And people know that I'm reliable and they know that I understand what I'm talking about. So there's always like this fear in me, and I'm sure you all will probably understand this, but if you've ever had it where you're working at a job and the idea of having to go someplace else to start over building a reputation sounds like such a royal pain in the ass that it's like I would rather just not. I would like to stay where I'm known. That's kind of how I feel in my role. And Stina says, my regional manager and I both left at the same time because we got word that the company was looking at pay cuts. Ah, damn, that sucks. And Kat says, Barry has made it home with dinner, so I'll be hopping off. Happy weekend, friends. Thanks for sprints, Alex. It was good to see you, Kat. Enjoy your sushi. And Heidi said, I worked on Wall Street for 10 years, but at all different firms. Bear Stearns was the best. The cafeteria had a gourmet chef, and once a quarter, our boss took us to Little Italy for a group dinner. That's cool. That's really nice. On Wall Street, Heidi, look at you. Robert says, Con Edison power plants, 35 plus years, local 1 to 2, abandoned the workers a decade ago. So when they offered to buy, I was out of here. July 1st, 2020. Over 35 years, Robert. That's amazing. You just don't hear about people having careers like that anymore, like of just like staying in one place. That's honestly what I aspire to is I really do want to like just be at that company where I feel like I'm taken care of until the day that I retire. And I don't think that that happens. Like, I think it's a generational thing that it's kind of expected that people hop between jobs now because, you're more likely to make money if after like 3 years of working a job, you go and start somewhere else. But starting over is hard. And if you've got a good place and, good thing going where you're at, I don't think that there's any reason that you shouldn't stay. So I'm in awe. 35 years. That's awesome. Buyout. And Alex says, my first job I stayed at for almost 10 years and I left because management changed and decided to change all the rules and things that made us successful. Over half of the company left in 3 months. My goodness. That sounds like they deserved it. You said I was an English teacher. That is so sad, Alex. I'm sorry. Because I bet that felt good to do. Be able to teach English. And Andrew said, be a repair tech my whole working time, everything from heavy duty diesel to soda machines. Love to work with my hands. That's so cool. And definitely very valuable skills. One of the things that I find so sad about like the way that people are raising kids today is like they keep telling everybody like, oh, well, you have to go and you have to get a degree in order to be able to be successful. And we don't talk enough about how valuable trades are. I mean, the number of trades out there that make more money than like 95% of the population, it's insane. So it's like, it's not about money. I think it's about like how people are perceived, that you're perceived a certain way if you have a degree versus if you work in a trade. I have so much respect for people in trades. So I think that's fantastic. And you know what you're good at, and that's the industry that you decided to work in. That's fabulous. And Denise said, ate dinner, loaded the dishwasher, and read 20 pages on page 394. And Zach says, got to page 40 of 321 in second chances. Awesome. And Melissa says, read 34 pages on page 91. And Faye says, I switched to reading Cold Comfort Farm by Stella Gibbons on ebook, trying to finish it because it's due back tonight at the library in my old town. Aw. Are you still going to get books from them, Faye? I mean, I guess you can, technically, or are you going to get a new library card at this the new home. Alex says, it's good to be confident and know you do good at your job. Yeah, I agree. I really do. Robert says, Alex, how was your day out with friends last week, by the way? Oh yeah, my swim day with everybody. It was a lot of fun. And so it's one of those, it was an experience where they have a water park and they do like periodic nights where you can get tickets and it's only adults that are allowed to go, and they have like vendors there that serve alcohol. They have like a snow cone vendor and things like that. And I know that they do it multiple times throughout the summer. I wouldn't be interested in doing it multiple times in one year, but I think going once a year was a lot of fun because they had like a lazy river and the water slides and something I've never seen before, which like they had a rock wall that was in the water, which was really cool. I didn't even know that there were companies that made those, but I guess that makes sense, and there was a ton of people there, though, like so many freaking people. They said when we went to go get we had to have a wristband to go in. Keaton asked them, well, how many tickets did you sell? And they said it was like 660. It was freaking insane. But we had a really nice time. And it made it more fun, the fact that we went with friends. So thank you for asking. And the weather was perfect. Oh my God. It was like the best temperature ever to go swimming because it was really hot during the day, so that the water just like absorbed all that heat. So when you got in, it was refreshing. But then when the night cooled off, because it was a night thing, it's from 8 to 10 p.m. You didn't feel cold, which that was the main thing I was worried about. Is I was worried I was going to be in the water and just feel freezing. Nope. Jamie says, I got to 14% in The Naming Song by Jedediah Barry. Starting to make sense now, and the magic system reminds me of Elantris by Sanderson, but in a world a bit like Scythe from Schusterman. Awesome. I can't talk tonight. And Stina says, read some more of With a Vengeance up to chapter 21. Wonderful. Faye says, shh, I'll keep getting books from them until I get another library card, and possibly longer if the old library has books the new ones don't. Yeah, I don't blame you about that at all. I mean, if you have the option to be able to get books from multiple libraries, and I mean, you obviously, love using the library and they're there for people to loan. So I would say do it. He said, or until they find me out, which they wouldn't do anything. I can guarantee you they would not. And Swank says, finish my book, starting a new one next sprint. Awesome. Good job. And Stina says, my career path is all over the place. As long as it involves admin work, I'm good. My gift is bringing forth order from chaos. My gift is making people happy, which is both a blessing and a curse. So with my roles, I've pretty much always been in customer service. You could argue that I have a people-pleasing mentality, though I would say the longer that I'm in this role, and even the longer that I'm on BookTube, the more I'm starting to create that boundary with people of just recognizing that it is actually impossible to make everybody happy. No matter what opinion you have, you'll piss somebody off. No matter how hard you try, somebody won't like it, right? Because they would have done it differently. My event where I had 264 people, I had a lady who knows me very well walk up to me, and she was complaining because the only beverage that was offered was coffee, because it was a morning event, and it was like kind of like a coffee chat thing, but we had like a whole breakfast. And she walked up to me and she's like, well, can we have a beverage for the people who just despise coffee? Like, next time, can you get juice or something? Or water? Like, why just coffee? And I couldn't help but think to myself, like, we have water machines all over this building. You can go and get water somewhere, right? Like, there's always going to be somebody that says something, even if they're friendly with you. And then there's just some people that are hateful. So I'm starting to create that boundary, but I would say for the most part, I'm pretty good at making people feel welcome, and I'm pretty good at trying to find like the happy medium, that if I can't give people everything that they want, I can give them enough that they feel like they've been taken care of. So that's what I do. And Heidi says, when you finish Alien Clay, can you give us a spontaneous review after the next sprint? I don't think I want to do that, Heidi, because I have an idea for a video that I want to do, but it's going to be one that's going to take me a while to make. So I'll think about it. I'll let you know. I might like give you bullet points. How about that? Something like that. And Faye says, I wish someone would hire me already so I can start a career path, but I'm not a kid and nobody wants to hire a housebound adult with no work experience, even with a degree. There's got to be something that you can start on, Faye. Like, I truly believe that because there's plenty of people out there, I'm sure, who've had to do the same thing that you're doing. So maybe in this new location that you're at, you know, in this new town, maybe you'll make a connection somewhere that would be beneficial for you. You never know. That's the other thing I've really come to understand. Every time I think I've got life figured out and that I know everything that's going to happen, something random occurs. It makes me remember that's like, no, I have no idea what's going on. I just really try. And Stina says, Faye, yep, right there with you. I tried for a while, but after 5+ years without masking, I'm out of fucks. I wish you both luck. Faye says, fingers crossed. Absolutely. I believe in you. And Heidi says, oh, good. No, I will take a real review in the future. No rush. Yeah, it's like it's going to be, it's going to be some time until I can get that video made. But it's a video that I have wanted to make for the last 2 years, but I always had other stuff going on and never got around to it. And so I was determined. I was like, okay, this year it's going to happen. But I feel like I started a little late because it's already August, but it's going to be okay. And Robert says, Heidi, Alien Clay review. You'll just have to wait until February 2026 like everybody else. All right. Don't be throwing shade at me, Robert. But I mean, you might not be wrong, but you know, we're not going to talk about that. I don't think it'll take me that long. I really don't. I really think that I'll be able to do it. If I can by like, I don't know, November, I would be happy. I think I can do it this year. Alrighty, so I'm going to give you all the second to last question, which is going to be, what is something you've learned over the last week that was interesting? And Kat, unfortunately, has already left us because she said on Wednesday that she was making a list of all the things that she had learned. So hopefully you all saved up over the last 2 weeks that I wasn't here and you can just like outpour some like cool, interesting information. And just remember, it doesn't have to be interesting to anybody but you. That's all I care about. Just learning something new. Alrighty. Well, I will get you all set up and I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I finished Alien Clay, and it did not end quite the way that I was expecting. So that's actually a good thing. Woohoo! I'm happy about it. And I asked you also, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting, specifically that was interesting to you? And Melissa says, thanks for Sprint headed off for the evening. I say goodbye to Melissa. Heidi says, I just learned this today. You can replace all your Skechers inserts that get grody with Vommy inserts. I used to wash them, but these new comforts insoles will now save me from buying new sneakers. Cool. That's awesome. And probably way less expensive. And Faye says, I learned that movers are so fit they can run up flights of stairs carrying multiple boxes of books. Yeah, movers are next level people. When you do that all day long, you get really good at that. You know, just like being able to pick up heavy things and carry it like it's nothing. And Swank says, if a female octopus is not in the mood to mate, she might strangle and eat the male. I did not know that, but I think that's kind of funny. My I guess interesting fact is also dealing with animals, and it's, you know how seals, they, like when they get up on a rock, they make that U shape where like their head goes up and their tail goes up and their back has like that bow. I guess they do that when they're like feeling safe and content, but it also helps them to like regulate their body temperature and keep their extremities dry when close to water. So like the fun little, you know, the seal U, if you will. That's what it's for. I just think it's cute. I love seals. Heidi said, by the way, I used to look forward to every other Sunday or one Sunday a month watching an Alex book review. Just wanted you to know, big fan. I loved the Earth Remembrance trilogy reviews. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And yeah, when I used to be able to put one video out a week, I look back on that and I'm like, actually, there were weeks I used to put out, you know, 2 to 3 videos in a week, and I'm like, I don't know how I did that, but you know, I doing the best I can right now, but I appreciate that you love watching them. I always know that you'll watch a video when it comes out, Heidi, so thank you. But just for you, when I finished the book, I made some notes. I said I told you I would give you the bulleted version of how I felt about Alien Clay. So here it goes. Okay. And this is going to be a little chaotic. Okay. The whole book is not equally good. Okay. It has decent pacing. It has a really interesting premise, and which is the plus, but a negative is the author is very repetitive with explanations. Okay. Which led me to being hella skeptical about the way that the ending was going to go, because he did not stick the landing for the Doors of Eden. But I was actually very happy to say that he did, in my opinion, stick the landing for this. There were a couple details in there that I think I wish that he would have probably framed a little bit differently or done a little bit differently. But overall, if I had to compare the endings of the two books, I would say that this one was better. So that was something. I am really torn about what to rate this, because okay, so the concept is going to be something that's going to stick with me for a while. Like I can definitely see me just like thinking about this book every now and then. And I was invested in wanting to know what was going to happen, but there were some parts of the book when I was reading it that I just desperately wanted it to be over. So I can't, like, I don't know that I would say that it's a 4, because to me a 4 is a book where it's like, hey, you know, I think it's pretty good all the way through. And I was actually starting to get frustrated with this because I didn't think that the ending would make it, but then the fact that it did, it automatically made me have like a more positive feeling about it, because I was going to give this a 3 before the last, like, I don't know, 50 pages. It was going to be just a solid 3. I definitely think it deserves higher than that now. So I got to think on that. I hate I hate giving something like that little like in between rating, you know, between like a half where you give it a quarter point. But I'm kind of leaning for this to be like a 3.75. So I'm gonna reflect on it. But I hope that that gives you something, Heidi. I hope that that makes you happy. There you go. Let's see. And then you said also the Musashi book I am reading now picks up exactly where Colville's Shogun leaves off at the Battle of Sekigahara. Not the same author. Oh, interesting. That's cool that there's that overlap. And Jamie said, Jessica from This Kiwi says, hi, Alex. She's on screen on Lexi's sprints for ARC August now. Well, hi, Jessica. I've got to talk to her in ages. And Jamie's here. Hi, Jamie. Jamie says, hello, Alex and chat. Finally able to pop in, working on packing for my trip to Colorado tomorrow. Sounds fun. Going to visit my grandkids. That sounds amazing. I hope you have a wonderful time. Be super safe. Denise says, I learned that glass with menageries in it glows. Wait. I learned that glass with manganese. I don't know why I thought that said menageries. Manganese and it glows under a black light. I have a uranium glass collection that glows, but wasn't aware of manganese. I am saying that correctly, yes? I feel like I've heard that word, manganese, because it's an element, isn't it? Why do I feel like I'm losing my mind? But, okay, me and my terrible reading aside, Denise, that's really cool that it would glow under a black light, and it makes me wonder what it, like, how it appears. It's probably really interesting. Robert says, it's deckled edges, not deckled. Don't at me. I got it from Rebecca Romney. Okay, deckle edges. I'll try to remember that because I definitely am somebody that says deckled. Deckle. Faye says, I've unpacked a box and now I need to wash a whole lot of dishes. Be right back. And Alicia's here. Hi, Alicia. Alicia says, hello, Alex. Happy Friday. Just joining and doing some book journaling. Awesome. He said, one thing I've learned over the last week is how not to make myself crash. I plan too much. Theme park Saturday, sprint Sunday, school shopping Monday, crashed. I'm glad that you recognize that because there have been times, multiple times in my life when I've done things like that and then I end up getting sick because my immune system's so low. So I really hope that you are like taking vitamin C or something to help you make sure that your immune system stays up. Stina says, I discovered that they still make Le Pen's pens. I haven't seen them in decades, so when I saw them at Second and Charles the other day, I just had to buy one. What is a Le Pen? I'm going to have to look that up. A Le Pen. Hang on. Le Pen. What? Okay. Oh, I think I've seen these before. That's what they look like. They kind of look like Sharpies. Like very fine-tipped, multicolored Sharpies. Jamie says, fun. I discovered that my favorite pens, the Pentec ones with the clear shaft and clear lid, are hard to find now at our Walmart. Was hoping to stock up during their back-to-school sale, but no luck. Dang it. I'm sorry. Swang says, all the talk of food made a sub sandwich. Nice. Robert says, what? And Andrew says, made it from page 38 to 57 of Enchanted Greenhouse by Sarah Beth Durst. The thing I learned was I can't see far as good as I thought. I had to get glasses. Getting old. Dang it. Poor thing, Andrew. Yeah, I wear glasses only to see at a distance. I have honestly probably better than perfect vision up close. Whenever I go to the eye doctor, they always, put that thing in front of your face and they're like, can you read like this middle line here of up close? And every single time I'm always like, I can read the smallest one. I just like immediately I can read the tiniest one because I can't really see worth a crap at a distance. So I got to take my pride where I can. Alex says, I remember Alien Clay's ending was exciting. Did you enjoy the whole book? I hope that my answer gave you a little enlightening, Alex, on how I felt about this. But I would say if I had to compare this to The Doors of Eden and I had to pick one to recommend to people, I would say Alien Clay. If you're down, okay, wait, okay, hold on. I'm doing this on the fly, so you guys need to forgive me. I usually like write out all my thoughts before I talk about something. The Doors of Eden is one of those books that in the beginning, it is really interesting because you kind of have this mystery and you know that there's like intricate stuff going on, but you have all of these different characters, okay? And then by the time you get to the end, it gets very dreamlike, it gets very high concept. It gets to the point where Adrian Tchaikovsky basically seemed like he wrote himself into a corner and didn't know what to do, and he just like had to pick an ending, right? Okay, so by comparison, Alien Clay is one of those books that it has a mystery. So he has that thing that he's like, it seems like his thing is trying to draw you in somehow of like solving something, like how did we get here, right? It's like, okay, so it's the concept of it in the beginning is more wishy-washy than the way that the concept started in The Doors of Eden. However, as the book goes along, I feel like this one is overall more coherent and makes more sense from beginning to end than The Doors of Eden ended up being. And this one's also shorter as well. So it's kind of like Doors of Eden should have been shorter, and this one is shorter, and it definitely didn't need to be any longer than it was. But I was frustrated with the number of times that he repeats himself about things, because it got to the point where I was like, do you think I'm not paying attention? Like, you need to stop saying the same thing 8 different ways. You know what I mean? So it's definitely, it's flawed but better. Okay. That's all I can give right now. And Jamie says, I read Alien Clay as an arc, so it's been a while, but I know I really enjoyed it enough to start reading the rest of his books. That's awesome. Happy to hear it. And Jamie said, talked to my daughter and then made it to page 115 in Middlesex by Jeffrey Eugenides. Awesome. And Denise said, went to the store and read 10 pages on page 404. Awesome. And Jamie said, I agree with Tchaikovsky's repetitiveness. I love how he imagines aliens and that he incorporates concepts from modern science in cool ways. I definitely think he did that better in here than The Doors of Eden. For sure. Robert says, what I got out of my review, soft DNF goes too hard. No, because I didn't DNF it. Robert, I didn't DNF. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying I was kind of contemplating, like, I want this to be over and then it's difficult for me to pick a rating. I think that's what you're saying. If I have thoroughly confused you, it's because I came up with what I was going to tell you in 5 minutes. So there you go. Denise says, that's how I saw it. And Alicia says, yes, manganese is a word. Well, no, I know it's a word. I just wanted to make sure that I was saying it correctly and that it was an element. And Jamie said, and yes, manganese is an element, a metal. Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to make sure of. I didn't think that people were just saying random things that weren't words. I was just making sure I was saying it correctly. And Alicia says, oh yeah, I have been sick since Tuesday. No, I'm sorry. Dang it. I can always see that one coming. But doing all the things to get better quickly. Thank you. Good. I hope you feel better soon. Heidi said, thank you. Love the bullet points on Alien Clay. You're welcome. Jamie said, I have my first pair of reading glasses now, too. I wound up with 1.75, maybe a bit too weak for my left eye, but good enough to work well for now. There you go. And Robert says, Alien Clay for me, the manganese, double filtration, osmosis, buccal tubes must first be re-engineered to extracting multiple testing procedures. Okay, but Robert, here's the thing. Did you really find The Doors of Eden any better? Genuine question. And if you did, that I want to hear about it. I really do. Because you had me read The Doors of Eden, even though you told me, you're like, I'm not really sure that you're going to like this. And I gave it just like in the middle, it's like, it's okay. which one did you like more? But he's not wrong. There are some parts where I had to go back and reread lines because I'm like, did I read that correctly of the way he's describing it? Adrian Tchaikovsky is one of those people that is, I don't know if I want to use the word wishy-washy in his descriptions, but there is kind of a hand-wavy nature to him sometimes where it's like, okay, I'm going to try to explain this way. So if we're at like last 50 pages of the book, and I'm not telling you anything that happens, I'm just describing the writing. If we're in the last 50 pages of the book, he's starting to wind up to telling you what's going on. So he describes things, and then you're like, why are you describing it that way? That's not really making a lot of sense. And then later on, he wants to give you more, so he builds on the thing that he just told you while also repeating the thing that he already mentioned to make sure that that makes sense, so he can explain this other thing to you, right? And then it keeps building like that over time, and he does that all throughout the book. So there are some moments when you read something and you're like, that was phrased weirdly, and then it makes sense later. Okay. Yes. Somebody's with me. Andrew says, manganese sounds like a type of food. I must be hungry. Go get a snack. And Robert says, Doors of Eden, the flying giant worm, and the multiple soccer team references were a bit much, but the world building was crazy. I have told you before, and I will say it every time, my favorite part of that book were the intermission chapters where you're going between sections of the book. If that had been all the Doors of Eden was, it would have been 5 stars, period. I would have loved it. It would have been an amazing short story / novella. And here's the thing, I welcome people disagreeing with me, because if you like love the Doors of Eden or you thought that this was the best thing that you've read, I'm happy for you. Genuinely. I think it's great. Alrighty. I'm going to do just a 30-minute sprint to the end. Given the fact that I finished this book tonight and I have a lot to think about, I'm a little dead in the brain. So I'm just going to take a relaxing chill pill for the last 30 minutes. And hopefully you all can too, or be productive, whatever you want to do. They are productivity sprints after all. So I will go and I'm going to edit this. 30 minutes. Come on. There we go. All right. And then I got to ask you all my last question I ask every time, of course, which is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Could be big, could be small, could be something that happened 5 minutes ago or immediately after the last sprint. Although we weren't here last week, so I guess it's been 2 weeks. But just tell me something you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of. And I will talk to you all very soon. Happy reading. Bye. chat, everybody. Come on back. Let me know how you did. That was a nice little break for me. I was just on Facebook watching videos. That's all. And before we left, I asked you all, the question was one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of. I already told you all about mine, my huge event. So I'm looking forward to hear from everybody else. And it's Chris. Hi, Chris. Chris says hello to everyone. Jamie says hello to Chris. Chris says, I managed not to have a meltdown after getting locked out of my home due to my stupidity. Oh no, I'm so sorry. For 2 hours. I was lucky a neighbor climbed into a window and got me back in. I didn't panic, which is good. Definitely don't panic over that. They have locksmiths, but I'm really glad that your neighbor was able to help you. That's awesome. Chris says hello to Jamie. Jamie says, I'm proud of the fact that for once I estimated groceries correctly before a trip. I will have no leftovers or perishable food items to throw out before I leave for a week. That's amazing. That's definitely a good one. You too, Swank. And Stina says, I'm proud of myself for getting a blackout on the summer reading bingo for a local bookstore, and I got to turn it in before 7:31 deadline. Fingers crossed I win a prize. That's awesome. I'm so happy for you. Pushed this week, not even just getting through the move, but all the packing, lifting, stair climbing. Easy sore, but I did it. You did, Faye. Made it through a huge life change, and it sounds like you made it through pretty unscathed. To everything this week on time, despite my phone not working all week to set up and confirm rides. Phone finally started working again last night. Oh my goodness. I hate it when technology randomly just stops working and you don't know why, and then it has a mind of its own and it starts working again. I have a computer that does that. Well, I should say it's actually a docking station, like the way to connect it to the monitors, that has a mind of its own. It's a royal pain in the butt. Denise says, read 23 pages on page 427. Thanks for the sprints. Have a great weekend, everyone. You too, Denise. Thank you. Jamie says, ate dinner and continued reading Middlesex. Thanks for sprints. Thanks for coming, Jamie. It was nice to hang out with you all. Thanks for the chats and the good time and hanging out with me while I got to finish a book. That feels really good. I'm happy to have that done. And on to an hopefully amazing August. And I'm wishing that for everybody. So hope you have a fabulous weekend. And I plan to see you next week. Robert says, thank you for the sprints, Alex. Capybara Chocolate Swan Fountain. That's right. Diving right in there. Thank you, Robert. And thanks for listening to this and all my crazy. I promise when I do an actual review, it'll be more coherent. Stina says, thanks, everybody, for the sprints and conversation. To you too, Stina. Andrew said, thanks for sprints. Have a good weekend. You too. Alex says, thanks for sprints. You as well, Alex. Thanks for coming. Hope you have an awesome weekend, everybody. Bye.